welcome to the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour event.
We're gonna experience an insane wingfoil competition.
This one is gonna stay in my mind forever.
It's gonna be sick.
What are we going to be seeing next?
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app.
Welcome back everybody here to the GWA Big Air World Championships in Gran Canaria. As you can see, this place is known for its wind. It is absolutely pumping already. Skippers meeting is going on. You can feel the energy, the vibe, the fuego that we like to say down here in Spain. We're going to be live throughout the whole event. We've got a nice waiting period. Conditions are looking good. Tide is coming out. That means the kickers are going to come up. The wind is strong. And now it's time to go big. And welcome everybody to the GWA Big Air Wingfoiling World Championship here in Gran Canaria, the beautiful location that is Las Salinas of Pozo Izquierdo. You can see here the beautiful location that we have. We are going to be seeing who is going to be becoming the world champions. It's all about going high. It is all about the extremity, and it is great to be here. Once again, we were in Gran Canaria in 2019 with our sister tour of the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tours. We had the freestyle. Last year with the GWA, we were in Pozo Izquierdo, which is just a little bit further down the corners. You can see over there. And now we come a little bit further up. Wind is pumping. We have about 30 to 35 knots. We'll be getting wind farms and wind readings for you very shortly. And as you can see now, just starting to push through as we are getting ready. Coming out, we are going to be having two of the biggest riders on the tour battling it out. Is going to be Bastien Escoffet and Christopher McDonald. And there you can see Bastien Escoffet, the gong rider, getting ready to rumble. And he is going to be going up against Christopher McDonald. There's the restaurant a little further up at the Salinas. All right, so here we can see our athletes are going to have 13 minutes. They're going to be using 8 trick attempts. What are the athletes looking for? What are the judges looking for? There it is. We're looking for the height. The extremity is what we are looking for out on the water. The last jump there that we saw from Bastien Escoffet was 9.8, and we can see here now a 9.9 there from Christopher McDonald. All right, Bastien going up and away here, starting to get his groove on. Welcome everybody to the GWA Big Air Wingfoil World Championship in Gran Canaria. All right, so it looks like he's going to be coming this way. You can see Chris there at the back. So Bastien Escoffet at the moment looks like he is in second position. We can see Christopher McDonald in first. 8 tricks, 8 moves are what they're going to be able to do. What are we looking for? We're looking for extremity. We're looking for height. That is the main game, as this, instead of being the surf freestyle, this is the Big Air World Championship. All right, Chris looking for a kicker, but no, deciding to go around there. So Christopher McDonald, let's not forget the top 2 moves are the ones that are going to count. So McDonald, 10.03. Bastien Escoffet, an 8.30. That last move there, you can see, once again, a big thank you to the Surfer app for the info. 9.1 meter, 40 kilometers an hour, 30 meters of travel, and 5 seconds in the air. The best of the best out here. As Tronelin would say, battle it out against Mother Nature and himself or herself. And here you can see the beautiful location that we have here for this Gran Canaria World Cup. Bastien looking to go up. Okay, he does get a launch, and it looks like he got a nice gust as well. Coming down, obviously, if the athletes do get that height, even if they come down a little bit heavy, judges are going to be quite lenient with that, obviously, due to the fact that, you know, they are going to the sky. Chris! Oh! Front flip 3. Hopefully we're able to see a replay of that, but Bastien Escoffet going to the sky with that front flip. 10.8 meters. Absolutely ridiculous from what both of these guys are starting to pull. You see, they're just getting into the mojo, getting into the rhythm, and now we're starting to see some big moves hit this water. All right, so Chris, he's looking for a kicker. We saw him go huge on that last one. Up and away, front flip with the 3. Very nice, very technical maneuver. That's going to score, wow, 6.9. So obviously, you know, the difference with the freestyle, for the surf freestyle on this discipline, is that height has a very, very important percentage. So yes, you want to go technical, yes, we want to get those harder maneuvers, but the height factor, the extremity, the wow factor, getting thrown through the air, is going to have a higher percentage to that. So you can kind of see reflected in the scores there. Bastien Escoffet, that front flip was huge, a 7.22. And now let's have a little look-see of what that last move from Chris was. Okay, he's going to be coming up the mid-6s. So obviously the extremity that we saw from Bastien is going to be overtaking the technical difficulty that we saw there from Chris. But that first one Chris missed, I tell you what, that was an absolute banger. Those are the kind of things we want to be looking for here. You can see both of the guys just trying to go high, but at the moment, Bastian, 7.22. But Chris, look at the height on that one. So we'll be getting the reading there from that one from Chris. That was absolutely to the move. 11.1. Let's not forget that we saw 11 plus meters last year in Posto Izquierdo, and that's where Julian Ritotti took the win. Bastian going for a nice, cool, chilled backflip over here, as they are now going to be closing out because they have one more trick each. So 8 trick attempts. Top 2 moves are the ones that are going to count, and they are closing this out in about 7.5 minutes. So they're going to be tricked out. 5.3 for that backflip there. All right, so Bastien Escoffet slightly ahead. So Bastien has one more jump. Christopher McDonald has 2. Looks like Bastien's going to be trying to eye up. He knows he's close. He knows he has the advantage. That front flip was absolutely ridiculous with a 9.9 meter. And now let's see how Chris is going to answer to that. Chris up and over. Getting... Oh! He does get it. We're going to replay on that one. 8.4. Now, going to be interesting to see the score there from Chris. Bastien stalled. Oh, but going over there on that front flip. So, looking for the score of the one from Chris, we saw getting 8.4 meters. Big jump there from the young American. What are the judges going to give him? It's looking like he did kind of come in and submarine a bit, but the height, they're going to take that into account. 7.22 is what he wants to, to be able to take out Bastien. Very, very close in between these two athletes. Let's see if that could make the difference. Chris does have one more jump. All right, so Chris, he's going to have time. He's going to be lining up a kicker, looking for that ramp. Looks like he's got something in the back there. There's some energy. He is looking for that perfect ramp. All right, powering up. Oh, there's it is. Up. Chris going for the front flick. Does he get it? Does he land? No, he doesn't. Unfortunately, coming down hard, so that's going to be another crash for him. As both of these athletes now are tricked out. All right, so both of these guys are continuing on, but the information I have is they are tricked out. So at the moment, they're just having some fun out there. We have 13-minute heats. So we're just coming to the end of this heat 1 of round 1 of the men, where it looks like still waiting for confirmation. Bastien Escoffet has got the upper hand on the current surf freestyle world champion, Christopher McDonald. So it looks like the Gong athlete has gone a little bit higher, a little bit more extreme, and has taken that win. All right, so there is confirmation. Christopher McDonald, second. Bastien Escoffet in first position with a 13.09. Coming up next, we are going to be seeing out there Luca Gasperini. He's going to be on the blue duotone coming out of Italy, and Malo Genole. And we caught up with Malo this morning. Let's see what he had to say.
So yeah, since last year, like before last year, like big air was a bit like not really serious for everyone, and since last year we've seen that can be like a really fun part of the sport and can be like a proper thing. So yeah, since the last competition last year, I've been like training surf freestyle for sure, and sometimes when the conditions were like really big conditions, you know, like big waves, really strong wind, I was going like fully overpowered on 4 with the watch and trying to do like my best jumps possible, like big forwards, like just single eye jumps. And so yeah, like I'm not training big air like every session, but yeah, actually I've been like trying to push this part of the sport too a bit since last year. Yeah, knowing the criteria, I think that yeah, I will for sure try to do like the highest jump possible and maybe try to break the records. But then also the like more technical part and tricky part, I think I will send like, I'll try to like go with the flow and do like big front flips, 1 foot, 1 hand, like try to do some new stuff to bring some innovations. Yeah, from what I've seen last year, we've been like the record from my friend Ratotti was 10 meters something, and now like I think that everyone can do like everyone does 10 meters like almost at every jumps. So yeah, the average level is like way higher than last year. So yeah, it's gonna be much harder, but way more exciting for sure. Yeah, we're pretty lucky to be a lot of friends. And send it out.
All right, so coming up now, we are going to be having these two athletes. It is going to be Giulio Gasperini, we can see front and center on your screen, and he is going to be going up against Malo Genole. So Gasperini starting off with a nice big jump, going out there, left foot forward, and we can see there in the back the gong athlete, that was Malo Genole. All right, so there we can see both of the athletes, Genole and Luca Gasperini, your top two, making their way here in this round number 1. Let's not forget, whoever wins round number 1 will be moving all the way through until round number 3. The other are going to be going into round number 2. So you do get a little bit of a breather, but obviously, you know, if you win, you've got to have those advantages. So duotone versus gong, and here you can see the beautiful blue waters that we have out there. Luca Gasperini looked like he was going to be going for something. And Malo Genole here coming on the inside, and you can see him looking like he's on, if I'm not mistaken, a 3.5 meter, if my eyes are correct. So Malo looking for that ramp, looking for that kicker. Looks like he's powering up. Looks like he sees something. What move are we going to be seeing here from the young Frenchman? Up and over, big stalled front flip. Very nice there. Landed easily and clean. He has been a surf freestyle world champion himself and one of the top riders in the world. And let's not forget last year he was 4th on the big air discipline. And then when it came to the surf freestyle last season, he ended up 2nd to Christopher McDonald. So Malo Genole, one of the top athletes we have here on tour. At the moment, we can see a 4.60 there for Genole and a 3.93 for Luca Gasperini. Now you can see the guys just sheeting in to get that height. 7.9 meters there from Malo Genolev. That last move where he got a 7.37. So a big move there from Genolev. Here we can see a replay. Here we have all right, Malo Genole there. We could see his teammates. Bastien Escofeta move from that last round. So Malo looking for a line, looking for a ramp. What's he going to go? Deciding against it, Malo already 11.97. Here we can see Luca also deciding against it. All right, so Malo Genole looking to get some power, looking to get some speed. Here he is. He's got what we're going to see from the young Frenchman. Genole, big kicker up and away. Oh, Jackie Chiang style there. Nice little 1 foot. I love how this kid mixes it up. He is such a talented athlete. You can see him. He moves on the surf freestyle, on the waves. Anything he does with ease. All right, so 8.8 meter there from that last one from Luca. Let's have a little look and see what we had from Malo. 6.33 from that big 1 foot. So there just shows judges giving bigger scores because we are looking for the height and extremity and then technical difficulty in that order. So you got to hit the height. You got to get the extremity, and here we can see Malo stalling front flip. Full to four, landing that one beautifully. That is a big move there from Genole. And now let's have a little look see, because it was in the previous one we saw that big front flip from Bastien got him a 7.22. One from Malo, very similar. Gonna be interesting. Let's have a little look at the replay. Luca Gasperini here. So just waiting for that score to drop for Malo, and I reckon it's going to be a little bit better. .6 meters, so huge there for Malo. And And looking like he's going to be going. Malo will be going. So an 8.0. So there you go. Highest score so far. Malo Genole. And making his way out of 15.37. So already setting the bar in his first round. Luca looking for something. No, also turning around. So both of these athletes deciding against this. Of course, 80% of the time they are going to be jumping left foot forward. So they're going to be jumping port tack. So they really are going to launch themselves off of the kicker to get that extra height. We've seen, you know, the likes of Bastien Escoffet jump coming towards us. So right foot forward, starboard. But as those kickers come in, let's not forget high tide coming up. So we're medium, kind of low to medium at the moment. That is what we're going to go for. Malo Genole. Oh, he's got a nice kicker. This could be a big move. What's it going to be? Here we go. He's looking. He's hunting. He is up and away. No, just going for kind of a highest Rayleigh. But he has the best move of the contest so far with an 8.0. Alright, so let's see what our scores are happening at the moment. So we do have Malo has 6 trick attempts or 6 jumps. We've seen also Luca is now going to be going for his 5th as he's going out. It does look like he has a kicker. Alright, so Malo making his way. There you can see the beautiful eye in the sky. And once again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you're tuning in for. Welcome to the GWA Big Air World Championships over here in Gran Canaria. Oh, nice little nose tweaking it out there from Malo. But going down a little hard. You can see some, obviously, judges are being flexible when it comes to landing because they are going as high as possible. And here you can see some people on the stream asking about that. Yeah, they do. You can see they come down hard. So similar to windsurfing, they are lenient and flexible on how they land as long as they don't completely submerge. That's what the judging criteria is at the moment. We will get more information on that very soon as we have an interview with our head judge, Alvaro Nieva, coming up very shortly. But at the moment, it is the Frenchman, Malo Genole, 8.00 and a 7.30. So 2 of the highest scores of the day so far, and also the highest combination heat score so far. No surprise, let's not forget, he was 4th in the Big Air last year. He was 2nd in the surf freestyle. He's a very, very talented young athlete and an ambassador for our sport. So it looks like he's going to be going out. One more move. One more move. We can see him launching off of that kicker. Just getting the height. As you know, he already has 2 big moves. He's just trying to add a little flair and give a show for the people here on the beach. As we are enjoying here for this Tuesday morning, Tuesday afternoon now over here. Beautiful island of Gran Canaria, the famous location of the Las Salinas de Pozo Izquierdo, a little further up than the windsurfing bunker, as they call it, where we are enjoying here the GWA Wingfoil Big Air World Championship. welcome back everybody as we are here in the beautiful location that is Pozo Izquierdo. And you can see a little bit further up from the famous windsurfing bunker where we have this beautiful event of the GWA Big Air Wingfoil World Championship here in Gran Canaria, as we are going to be going into sequence for the next heat very shortly. Coming up next, we're going to have Ortiz Buckingham, Chucho Lunot, and Anko Sosa as they are getting ready to rumble. Let's go to the action. Green flag is in the sky. All right, so we saw a first jump there from Anko Sosa. Here we can see Chucho going up.
Yeah, here here in Pozo Escuero, it's windy all the day. Sun is out all day, and we're here in Salinas, and you know the spot is quite challenging. We got quite a lot of rocks here on the beach just to get in the water, and yeah, I'll just try to be prepared for the competition, keep my mind free of the other competitors, just doing my stuff, and yeah, trying to be as good as prepared as I can. And yeah, I just try to go on the water as early as possible, you know, to just have some space in front of my heat, because here with the rocks it's quite hard to get in the water, because when the swell's kicking in and the wind, it's quite hard with the current, and yeah, so I have enough time in front of my heat to just be on the water, staying relaxed, and yeah, I think that's the key for the competition. And yeah, then I just try to do my own stuff, just focus on myself, not on the other guys. Try to find the right kickers, try to get the good gusts, and then just keep pushing and yeah, hoping for a good result. Yeah, for this year I definitely want to win the event. Last year, unfortunately, I almost didn't make it, and yeah, for this year my goal is definitely to win the event. Yeah. Making high jumps, doing high front flips, and I think that's key again for this event. Doing just high flips, maybe also back flips, I don't know, and seeing what the waves, what the winds are bringing. And there are some big names such as Chris McDonald and Malo Granole for sure. I saw some pretty high flips from them already, but maybe there are also some new guys. I saw some guys from the racing power that are just flying mega high with the big wings, so could be also some other guys who are just on the list that I have never heard of them, and yeah, I just hope it's gonna be a great event.
And welcome back, everybody, as we are going to be moving into the next heat coming out in the water. We are going to have Vinicius Martins is going to be up against Benjamin May. Benjamin last year here in Gran Canaria, talk about put his mark on the spot, going with those huge front flips that gave him some of the best scores of the competition. Let's not forget he was runner-up. He was second in the World Championship here last year. And there you can see him out there in the black lycra, rocking up the duotone. He is looking for that ramp, looking for that kicker. He already has a couple of big jumps, but you can see just not quite connecting there. As we move on and continue in here for this heat number 4 of the first round of competition. Alright, so a 7.4 for that last move from Vinicius Martin. Obviously the information comes in pretty much just after they jump, so we're going to wait for the jumps there from Benjamin May. Vinny, hailing out of Brazil, this guy has a smile on all day. Such a cool ambassador, very good in big waves, and here for his big air debut. And I tell you what, this boy can fly. Vinicius Martin coming down a bit of a bundle, but being able to hold on. Also a very talented windsurfer. So Vinny there working his way up. Let's see how he does in this heat. Alright, so here, Benjamin May, who came in second place last year. He was so close to overtaking Julian Rototti, the current Big Air World Champion, but it was, just didn't quite get that. He had amazing semi-finals, and in the finals didn't quite get the height that we saw in that semi. And the Frenchman took the title out of his grasp on the very last move. There you can see Benjamin out the back already, up and a wave, and there's the front flip that I was telling you and talking about. You can see just landing on the foil and getting the power, 7.3, 35 kilometers per hour, 19 meters displacement or travel, 4 seconds in the air. Not bad at all So day number 1 here in Gran Canaria, this beautiful island in the archipelago of the Canaries. We got about 30 to 35 knots. It's backed off a little bit, I must admit. But the forecast is it is looking good all week. Oh, Benjamin, he's got some speed. Just missing out on the ramp. You can see him flying off downwind. And tabletop windsurf Robbie Nash style there. Vinny bringing out the classics. .5 meters there from Vinny. So as it stands, you can see Vinicius Martins in the lead with a 9.26. Second place, 7.50. Benjamin May from Germany. Both of these athletes have had 3 jumps, 8 jumps. The top 2 moves are the ones that count. Those are the ones that give them the kudos and the love from our judges. Judging of 5 judges, a 5 judging panel. How does the scoring work? The top and the bottom score gets dropped, and it's the average of the 3 middle scores that gives you that number that appears up on your screen. We are looking for height, performance and execution, and then technical difficulty. So height, performance, execution, extremity, and technical difficulty in that order. So if you're going big, you're going extreme, you're going to get high scores even if you do a simpler, let's say, maneuver. If you do the hardest move in the world but do not go high, you are going to get lowly scored. So that is kind of what our judges are looking for. We have an interview with our head judge Alvaro Nieva that we will show you guys a little bit later, where he explains in detail what his panel of judges are looking for to get them excited. At the moment, Benjamin May, 11.37. He's got a 6.10. Let's not forget the best score. Alright, so Vinny, you can see here from the drone, going all the way out. As you can see, the wind has dropped a little bit. Tide coming up on high tide around 4 o'clock this afternoon. And this is why we have started off with the Wingfoilers today, this combined event together with the Qatar Airways GWA Kite Big Air World Championship, where we will see our sister tour. And we would be crowning, and there you can see the bottom right hand corner. Get your phones out, get your devices, scan that QR code, because that is the surfer app that we do use to be able to know the height. You can see Vinny there going for that front side 3. A little bit off axis, trying to get some extra height. 6.1 at the moment. The highest recorded one is 11.8 if I'm not mistaken. As we continue moving through here in this first day of competition down in Gran Canaria. And I can see joining us here on the stream as well. Buenos días, Marco Longari, the Cabrina dealer out here for Spain. He's been in the industry for more than 30 years. And hoping to see you very soon, my friend. Derek, yeah, it is a shame, but still, I will say this spot is absolutely banging. And as that tide comes up, those kickers are going to get bigger and bigger. Seeing both the kiters and the wingfoilers going to the moon. And at the moment, plus 11 meters for the highest jump. Alright, so here we can see at the moment 6 trick attempts for Benjamin May, 5 trick attempts for Vinicius Martin. As it is Benjamin going a little bit higher, getting a little bit more extreme. Benjamin, he has a 6.10, 5.27. Vinny, a 5.93 and a 3.80. And it looks like Vinny is looking to try and line up a kicker. Does look like he's got some movement out there. Something come towards us. Is he going to use it? Yes, he is. Now that's a better jump. Looking like going a little bit higher than the last ones he has, but still just a straight jump. Let's see what Benjamin has to answer there. 8 meters. 4.9 seconds in the air. Could improve maybe on one of his scores, but it's not going to improve it by much. He needs to get that height, but with technical difficulty. Benjamin deciding to go further out. He has got the kicker. He deciding against it though, not quite getting. Let's not forget they have 13 minutes. Benjamin with the last trick attempt, as he has already performed 7 maneuvers, and Vinny has 2 trick attempts left. They have a total time of 13 minutes, and as I said, judges are looking for height, extremity, and technical difficulty. In that order is what is going to give them numbers to either go to round number 2 as second place in this heat, or the winner will be moving his way through to round number 3. Here we can see that last move there from Benjamin. Up and away. As we are finished with that heat. Coming up next, we are going to be seeing out there on the water Antoine Hildebrand, Goyito Esprero, and Camille Boyer. Let's have a look at the highlights of that last heat.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights, and climb up the leaderboard.
Enséñame a vivir en paz conmigo.
the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app.
And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on heat number 5 down here at Las Salinas de Pozo. Here we can see Adán Hinterbrand, Goyito Estredo, Camille Bouyer. These are the 3 athletes that are going to be making their way out onto the water as this round number 1. So we are going to be having, in the yellow is going to be Goyito Estredo. In the black is going to be Camille Bouyer, and in the red is going to be Adán Hinterbrand. Alright, so here we can see Hinterbrand and Eye from the Sky as they are going to be starting off. Green flag is in the air, meaning we have started with this heat number 5, round number 1 of the men down here for the GWA Big Air Wingfoil World Championships. This one off, there we can see Hinterbrand just floating, getting a little bit of a jump out the back. And also Camille Bouyer, one of the best guys we have out here on tour. He was 6th last year in the big air discipline. And then when it came to the waves and to the surf freestyle, he was a top 20 athlete, one of the most stylish guys we have out on tour. He's been on podiums. He's always a force to be reckoned with. And let's see how he floats out down here in Pozo. Here you can see going for that first jump. Nice ramp, nice kicker. Smacks himself, keeps that wing powered. As you can see him here rocking out with the gold series there from RRD. And then we have Goyito Estredo is out there on the duotone. And there we can see a front flip there from Goyito Estredo, 7.7. Goyito Estredo, a multiple-time windsurfing freestyle world champion. He's won events also on the GWA. This guy can throw down. Goyito, one of the heavier athletes on tour, one of the stronger athletes on tour, and he really knows. He knows Pozo Izquierdo very well with his windsurfing background. And at the moment there you could see with that score, he is currently your 2nd place. Camille Bouyer so far a little bit ahead. 8.40 for Camille, 4.9 for Goyito, and a 3.33 for Hinterbrand. Goyito Estredo, nice little jump there. Nothing special, not getting the height. Here we can see Camille turn around, so he's going to decide against that. So we will be grabbing Hinterbrand, who's going to be coming towards us with her like, Camille just enjoying himself. Getting a little bit of a surf happening. And here we can see the Elevate Rider. Hinterbrand looking, eyeing out. Hinterbrand up. Tweaking it all the way back, so adding a little bit of style to that single jump. Goyito Estrella there, you can see him out with a little bit of the Alula. From Duotone, and a 3.5 meters. So the wind's just getting some information in. There is about 30 to 32 knots out there so far. So wind is starting to pick up. It normally does pick up around the afternoon. So 3 o'clock in the afternoon local time, 4 o'clock Central European time, if you are just joining us. And we can see here the big air discipline. Goyito pulling into that wing, trying to get all the juice out of the beans. And here we can see Camille as well. Goyito with that last one, a 7.6. Camille here waiting for the scores to come in. But Goyito definitely in the commanding lead so far. And there we can see Camille just slightly ahead. Goyito definitely is going the highest. And front flip there from Cami, just holding it together. And a little bit of freestyle into the mix. Let's not forget, we are looking for height, extremity, technical difficulty. So the perfect 10 would be the highest move, with the most extreme move, and the hardest when it comes to skills. So that would be your triple combo, your triple threat. At the moment, Malo Genole already an 8.0 in his heat. More than a 15-point average, so he has one of the highest combinations. So he's got the biggest score and the biggest combination heat so far. Cami on his way out. He does look like he's still powering up. He's looking for that kicker all the way out. Here it is. He's going to find it. Cami going up into the sky. Going to be interesting to see. Saw the lights of 11 meters is some of the highest jumps we had so far. 9.3, so way up there. Just see, you can see if they hit that kicker, that really does make the difference. And as that tide is starting to push in, we are going to be seeing high tide is going to be around 7 o'clock this afternoon. So coming up on 3:30. We're about mid-tide, but on the push. So important detail there. It is on the push. Camille. Front flip looked like he was going to go for the 3 as well, but just coming down. That is going to be his trick attempt number 6 for him. Number 7, excuse me. So he has one more. Hinterbrand is checked out as he has already performed 8 maneuvers. Goyito, one more, and he's going to use this intelligently. A very, very tough competitor, Goyito. He knows he's in the lead, but he also does know that Camille has another attempt. So it's going to be Mano versus Mano, David versus Goliath. Let's see for the final move of both of these athletes. All right, so Goyito Estredo. Eyeing up. Up and away, front flip, didn't get the height, didn't get the landing. That is not going to be improving on his score. And Cami just jumping at the same time. We'll get a replay of that one to see what that final move has been. But now after that, both of these athletes are going to be timed out as we're waiting for scores to come in. All right, so it is official. Camille Boyer is looking like he has overtaken on that last move. We are waiting for Goyito. One more jump, up and over, stalled front flip, but that is going to be a crash for his final move. So it is going to be Camille Boyer going into round number 1, and Hildebrand and Estredo will be moving through to round number 2. Let's check the highlights of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on. Coming up next is going to be heat number 6 here of the GWA Big Air Wingfoil World Championship here in the beautiful location of Las Salinas. And we are going to go and have an interview with Luca Viamet, who is coming up next.
I definitely train a couple tricks, and once I get those tricks, I try to get them consistent and get them ready for the competition. Looking back at last year's competition, I finished 5th. This spot's a little bit different, but it's to my advantage, and I'll try to go big and go for the win. For this competition, I'm definitely keeping my eye on Chris McDonald. I think he's the favorite because he's just been pushing the sport and going big, and I'll try to go bigger than him, I guess. My biggest strength is going big and flipping fast and getting clean landings.
All right, so coming up next, Jeremy Rodriguez, Julian Boyer, and Luca Viamet as we continue on here for heat number 6, round number 1 of the men. All right, so Jeremy Rodriguez in the red, Julien Boyer in the yellow, and Luca Villemet in the black. At the moment, our athletes have just gone green flag, so it means they have 8 tricks. The top 2 moves are the ones that are going to count. Those are the ones that are going to give you those scores. If you want to go through to that round number 3 and have a breather, if not, you're going to have to go to round number 2. Still not elimination rounds out there, so everybody still stays alive. But if you can avoid and be able to have a little breather, you're going to be stronger for the next ride. So far, we have 2 moves as we are waiting for a move from Luca Villemet. Alright, Jeremy there, nice little air, local rider here from the local shop of LP. And here you can see the replay of that one from Julien Boyer. Just going for a little backflip off of the wave, but once again, we are looking for big air. That is this discipline, it isn't freestyle, so you're looking for the big maneuvers, the high maneuvers, the extreme maneuvers. Luca Villemet, thank you for proving my point. Nice front flip, getting the height up and over. One of the, the front flips in these conditions, you really can boost, you really can get that height. And here you can see he's going to be able to get a nice score for that one. The highest overall score so far we've had from Malo Genole, who has had a 15.37. So that's the highest combination score. Nice, up into the air there, Julien Boyer. Julien Boyer, also one of the veterans on tour. He was last year, he came on the surf freestyle discipline. He's been with us since the beginning. Very talented surfer, very talented freestyler. And you can see just proving a point here as we have this big air discipline. So 3 athletes out on the water. We are trying to get as many of the moves as possible. So we do apologize if any of them are missed, but it is the format that we have for this round number 1. And then we will be going into turns where we'll be able to see every single move in detail and even the white in their eyes. So Luca Villemet here. Already 2 big scores. Front flip. Going for the front 360. Splashing down, but still getting the landing. Good move there from him. Looks like we got a battle of the Frenchmen out on the water. So don't forget 8 moves. Top 2 ones are the ones that count. Day number 1 once again here for the Gran Canaria Big Air Wingfoiling World Championship. As you can see, at the moment we have Luca Villemet a 5.67, a 6.92. Julien Boyer, your current leader of the heat, and Jeremy Rodriguez with a 4.90. Athletes are looking for the height, the extremity, and the technical difficulty here for this big air discipline. It is so impressive to see how far the wingfoiling world has come. Last year, the first time we had big air where the guys were going to 11 meters, and now this year we've already seen in the first day moves of that caliber and of that height. Only says one thing: I reckon it's going to be even bigger. A lot of equipment changes. The sport has evolved. It's, you know, the youngest, fastest water sport evolution that we have seen so far, and the quality and the level that these guys and girls put out on the water is just ridiculous. Can't wait to get a session out there myself. As you can see, it is getting nice and windy, and here Luca Viamet once again up and over, keeping it to the front flips, keeping it nice and simple. He knows he can, if he gets those two moves, he's going to be moving into that first position. And yep, there it is, 8.0 for him, as he is the leader of your heat. Alright, so the guys are really just doing the freestyle out there at the moment. Luca, an 11, he's got a 5.67 and a 5.33. He's out there on that 3.5. You can see the F1 rider, one of the F1 new generation athletes from France, but lives out in the States. And here we can see Jeremy out there on the north mode. What's he going to do for us? He knows, obviously, being local, knows the knowledge, and you can, you know, get in contact with the ocean to get those kickers. Also on the 3.5. And then Julien Boyer will be out there on the RRD in the yellow. The beautiful blue waters that we have down here in Gran Canaria. Luca up and over. Is he going to go for the free? Does, yeah, he was. So kind of lands and then does a surface spin on the water. I saw Chris actually get that and get the full rotation pretty much in the air. But here you can see the replay. Gets the kicker nice and easy. Up and over. Then here he starts to push and then just wraps it around on the water. Good move, 3.9. Going to be interesting to see how he scored that. So we saw, you know, the last ones where he's been doing single front flips. He's been scoring around the 4 point somethings. This one, harder maneuver, but smaller, at 3.67. So that shows where the judging criteria is right now. So Luca Viamet has one more move. Alright, so that is going to be the last move there, that last front flip for Luca Viamet, as he is going to be tricked out. So now it is going to be a battle. So Luca, he has an 11.0. That last move is not looking like it will improve his scores. So now leaving the door open for Julien, who has one more maneuver, and then Jeremy, who has two more maneuvers. Only two tricks counting. Anything can happen, but Luca put in a decent score up there to apply pressure, and that one out the back, even though he is landing it, will not count. So here we have Jeremy Rodriguez, el local, el canario. Let's see what he has for us. And just getting a simple jump off the top, as you can see here on the replay. That is not going to cut it if he wants to take out Luca Viamet. Now, here we can see, Camille. Julien Boyer is going to be pushing. He's looking for it. He knows he's close. If he can get a 7-ish, you could have a chance of overtaking. So he's going to go against that. And Luca getting big moves out the back, but he is tricked out. He's performed his 8 maneuvers, so none of this will count. Even if he landed the biggest move ever, it would not count because he's performed his 8 maneuvers. Now, Jeremy Rodriguez looking for that kicker. He's going to be turning around, so deciding against that one. So still now it is yellow is going to be, we can see him going out, just going for a lofty jump. That is not going to be given in the 7s that he would need. So that's the final move there from him. So this man here has one more move. Could he get the Old Mary? He would need a high 8 to be able to go through into first position. We have seen it in the past. It can happen. But at the moment, we haven't seen that average here from Jeremy. So Jeremy, for the final move of the heat, the final jump, the final attempt, going up, trying to get that height. Getting the landing, but that is not going to be the score that he looks for. So that is going to be official. Luca Villamet will be moving through to round number 3 as the winner, and then Julian Boyet and Jeremy Rodriguez will be battling it out once again in round number 2. Let's have a look at the highlights of that last heat. welcome back everybody. As we can see here, Posto Izquierdo, Gran Canaria, GWA Wingfoil World Big Air World Championships, excuse me, as that is what we're looking for. We are looking for big air. We're looking for those jumps to go high and in the sky. Coming up out there on the water, we can see we are going to be having Nathan Van Vuren from South Africa and Lasse Harbasek. There we can see Nathan, and that was Giulio Gasperini, the farmer. So Giulio Gasperini up and away. Lasse Harbasek there in the yellow, the slingshot athlete. Big front flip just to start off. Front flip seems to be the move that we're seeing from most of the guys here. So yeah, absolutely planets in water. Shooting for one who finds the biggest ramp or big boosting. That is what we want to see. And coming up next, let's not forget, in the next heats, that is right, Ricardo, we are going to have Ratotti, Julien Ratotti from France, our current big air world champion. Right there we can see Gasperini. Este chico por las cámaras. All right, Lasse looking for that kicker as they are jumping on the way out. An 8.2 there from Nathan Van Vuren. Let's see what this move from Lasse is going to be. He's looking for that kicker, looking for that ramp. Choose your poison. But no, he's going to be deciding against that. So we're going to be going for another rider. Here you can see our bird's eye view, as Mr. Liam would like to say. And there in the red, Nathan Van Vuren. Also not finding the kickers. They have 13 minutes. 13 minutes is what the athletes will have to be able to perform. There we can see Giulio Gasperini just flying through, but not connecting to a ramp there for him. Three riders in the water. We'll try and get as much as the action as possible here for this round number 1. Alright, so GWA Big Air Wingfoil World Championship Gran Canaria is green light, and it is a go so far. Malogenole with the highest score. We are currently now in this heat number 7, where you can see out on the water Nathan Van Vuren in the red lycra, Lasse Harbasek in the yellow lycra, Giulio Gasperini on screen in the black lycra. Your current leader is Giulio. Oh, big move there for the Italian. That is what I say, and that's what I call flying in the sky. You can see him out there on the Saab wing. And there, one of the front flips from Lasse. .1 for that last one. And we can see Scott joining us here on the stream, sharing on Nate there. We can see him out as you have him there in the red lycra. Nathan Van Vuren getting some nice height already. He's currently in third position in this heat as he has a 5.57. But it's not how you start, it is how you finish. A very talented young athlete coming out of South Africa. Great to see him back here. And now, at the moment, it is definitely Giulio Gasperini, a 6 and a 6, so a perfect 12. Some of the nicest scores we've seen so far. Giulio, a very powerful rider, and he's put on some muscle. We were talking about this yesterday. The young man is getting bigger, and we can see it is working because he's getting more power. There's a nice kicker. Looks like it might be working his way here for Lasse. What's he going to have for us? Lasse, front flip all the way up, and look, Giulio getting the hang time on that last move. 10.6, one of the biggest jumps we've seen so far. 10.6 there, Giulio Gasperini, and there we can see that front flip there from Lasse. Alright, so Giulio Gasperini on his way out, as you can see. Trying to mix it up out here. He's already got some nice scores up now. It's time we want to start to see some of the athletes performing the big moves out there. Front flips at the moment is kind of the highest stuff we see. Malo getting the highest combination score so far. We saw from him with that 8.0, he was going for the front flip 360, so that's why he's getting the score. He had the height, but he also had the technical difficulty, and of course gaining in extremity. That is what we want to see out here. First day of competition so far, we can see already that tide. We're going to have high, just coming up on high tide now, so 5 o'clock-ish is when we're going to be seeing high tide, so 4 o'clock here, so about half an hour more, so the kickers are going to be starting to come to their highest point. We can see a little bit less swell from yesterday, and also once again a big thank you to Wingfoiler, one of our partners, for making sure we have all of the details. But 12.23, 10.40. Your top two there. You can see Nathan starting to get his groove. Lasse, all right, it's just, you can see what we've seen with the likes, for example, for me, one of the best front flippers is Benjamin May. He windsurf styles it. He pops off, holds up, stalls, and then he goes. So you can see Giulio definitely got some hang time. We've seen moves and jumps of around 4 seconds. There you go, 5.4. So he is in the air a lot longer. Once again, a big shout out to the Surfers app. And here, Nathan also just going up and high into the sky. We've got about 3.5 minutes left of this heat where the guys have Giulio Gasperini just about to be tricked out as he's already performed 7 moves, so he has one more maneuver before he will have to stop jumping. And there he is, all right, going up. Back roll, off axis, front side 3, you could call. I'm gonna shout out that as a back roll, especially coming from his windsurfing background. 6.6. Nathan is going to be going in pursuit because Nathan now is in the lead. So no matter what happens, Nathan is in second position, leading over Lasse Harbasek, but he is in pursuit of around a 7. He needs a 12.91 so total, so he needs to improve by about 2.5 points. Lasse, front flip. Oh, adding in the 360. Does he come out? Yes, he does. Obviously, landing not smooth, but he did get the height. You can see stalls up and around. Gets that tweaking. Now, is that going to throw a spanner in the work? Is it going to be scored? Because he did submerge a bit, waiting for that information to come in. Giulio Gasparini is now tricked out, so no more moves will count. Giulio going up and into the sky, coming down hard, but that is going to be it for him. So Lasse has 2 more maneuvers. Nathan has 4 more maneuvers. Nathan taking it easy. I think he might be looking out just to see where he is. He's eyeing up that kicker, trying to get that big move. He would need about a 7, a high 6 to be able to go through as first position. So here he is. Oh, he's got the speed. Look at that. Up and away. Big jump. Nicely landed. Not even get the pinky wet on that one. 9.2. You see, if he can get that kind of height and add a maneuver into it, that would really make a difference. Because you can see he's going to get pretty decently scored for that move. Maybe around the 5s. But not what he needs to go into first position. Welcome back, everybody, to Paso Izquierdo, as we are going to be going for the final round, the final heat here of round number 1. Coming out onto the water, we are going to be having our world champion Julian Rototti and going up against the Spanish superstar Xavi Cor. Let's get out to the action as green flag is in the sky. Alright, so Rototti, he had 11.8 meters of height the last time he was here in Gran Canaria. Your current big air world champion, representing France and Gong. Let's see what kind of heights. He knows what it is to be on top of the podium. He knows what it is to get the big moves and power himself up. All eyes on him as he's going out and looking for that wave. He does look like he might have a kicker coming his way as he's going to be launching himself for that first jump. 8 maneuvers. Top 2s are the ones that are going to count, and he's going to be making his way back. Okay, so Xavi Cor coming towards us. Rototti getting up and in the sky and getting some hang time. That is why he is world champ. Keeping it simple, keeping it easy. Just going for that simple jump, but there you go. 9.6 meters of height. All right, so far a 6.35 for Rototti. And looking like there's another similar score coming his way. Xavi at the moment, 10.75. He's got a 5.75 and a 5. He's already performed 4 maneuvers. He needs... What Xavi here is doing, he's going for big freestyle moves. He is one of the most talented surf freestylers we have. He's won events. He's been on top of the podium. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Good afternoon, Gran Canaria. Xavi Cor. A huge front flip there from him and almost 4-4. Now, I want to see the scores of the judges for that, because for me, it don't get much better. When it comes, he isn't using the kicker, but I reckon he could be up around the 6s for that move. Julian Rototti now on his way out. He is looking for that kicker, looking for that ramp. As that tire is high, he does get it. He is just going for the single jumps along and almost back on the floor straight away is landing. 6.73, 6.35. Rototti 13.08. We got a 5.75 and a 5.5 here for Xavi Cor with 11.27. Alright, Xavi deciding to go blind here. Let's see what I'm not quite sure what move he's going to be going for here. If he's looking for a kicker, but you can see him, hands behind the back. There's riding blind, so pure freestyle style. All right, Ratotti coming back. You can see the power of the wind. Our cameras are hidden, but even so, we're getting hammered here. It is coming up. There's a gust of 36 knots. I'm getting information in so far. All right, so we're going to stay with Xavi here. Looks like he's going to be going for that once again. Ratotti flying through the sky. That is going to be a big jump from here. Xavi going down. So Ratotti. So it was a 6.2 meter jump there from Xavi, as he worked jump before. A 9.4 jump there from Ratotti. Ratotti once again. And a nice kicker here, launching himself down. These guys are getting very close. So Ratotti 4 moves, Xavi 6 moves. So Xavi second place, 11.25. So nice scores. But Ratotti just getting that extra bit of height as he's there with that 6.73. You can see those kickers are starting to roll in as we are just about hitting high tide here in Gran Canaria. So definitely, once again, your current world champion is getting some of the biggest jumps, and that is why he's in the lead so far. Let's not forget Malo Genole, 15 plus point average, so the highest combination score, 15.37. Malo came 4th last year. Julian Ratotti at the moment, 13.08, and he came 1st. Malo is the only one, Chris McDonald's the only one that we've seen 11 meters plus. And here, let's see what Xavi is going for here with this blind maneuver. You see the athletes continuing on. Oh, going for the mobe, the wrapped mobe there from Xavi. That's what I call about mixing, adding difficulty and adding some flair. So he is going for what we would call the wrap mobe. That comes from wakeboarding, where they, kind of unwrap themselves. So beautiful move there from Xavi, but just not quite getting the landing. Ratotti out of the screen, going gigantic there. 11.3, your Big Air World Champion is in the house. Now we are talking. This is why this guy has the crown. So now it is only going to be Ratotti as Xavi Core is timed out. So Julian Ratotti, he has 2 more moves, 2 more jumps. Plenty of time. Let's not forget 13-minute heats. 8 tricks count. Top 2 moves are the ones that give him the kudos. So 13.73. So Malo Genole 15.43. Julian Ratotti 13.73. The 2 highest combination scores of the day so far. So at the moment, we've also seen Giulio Gasparini in the 12s. So, and Bastien Escoffier also 13.09. So 13, 12s, 13 seems to be where the top athletes are here for this first round, excuse me. And Ratotti looking for that kicker, knows he has time. He also, let's not forget, live scoring. So his mates down on the beach are going to be telling him that he's won. Xavi, even though he continues jumping, he is going to be in second place because he has been tricked out, already performing those 8 jumps. For Armstrong athlete, hailing out of my hometown of Tarifa, a local boy. Incredible to see how this young man has grown up. And he has, talk about, got a stretch on. He's all 6 foot plus now. And really proving he's one of the guys to beat out there. But looks like Ratotti just getting a bit of water on his hands. A little extra grip, as he already knows he is in that first position. He has 1 more jump, 1 more move. And it looks like he's going to be going a little bit further downwind. The competition area is going to be moved a little bit further. And then you can see the athletes making their way out. So that is going to be it for that heat. As we're just coming to, as both of the athletes have decided to finish off. And we will be continuing on, coming up next. And there you can see red flag in the sky. Let's have a look at the highlights of that last heat. All right, so coming up next, we're going to have Agatha Blanche, Laura Mayer, and Sol Degriech are going to be coming out here for your round number 1, heat number 1 of the women, as we are just about 1 minute until green flag, and you can see here the beautiful location that is Pozo Izquierdo. It's time for the girls to come out and play. All right, so Sol there, coming towards the beach, getting a move. Let's not forget Agatha Blanche. She came in third position last year. She is obviously one of the eyes, one of the people to be looking at. It's again the Big Air Wingfoil World Championship down here, Gran Canaria, your first day. As we are looking for height, extremity, and technical difficulty in that order. We're now going to be going through heat number 1 to heat number 4 of the women. Already done the first round of the men, where we had seen making their way through Bastien Escoffier, Malo Genoleo, Otis Buckingham, and Benjamin May, Camille Bouillet, Luca Villamet, Giulio Gasperini, and Julian Ratotti. All those men making it through to round number 3. And then in round number 2, we are going to be seeing Anko Sosa, Christopher McDonald, Giulio Gasperini, Agustin Pardo, Chucho Nunot, Vinicius Martin, Lasse Harbasek, Goito Estredo, Julian Bouillet, and Aldon Hinterbrand, Jeremy Rodriguez, Nathan Van Vuren, and Chavi Kaur. Those are your round 2 men. Next up, we will be seeing, as you can have on your screen in the water, Sol Driech from Belgium, Laura Meyer from Germany, and Agatha Blanche from Poland. In the lead so far is going to be Agatha Blanche, as she is just about to be scored on that first move. And there you can see Sol is at the moment 2.7, but Agatha is just going to get around a 4.5, as I can see here on our system. Your highest jump of the day so far, a 11.3 meter jump from Alvaro Onieva. As we continue on here with some big air. And there you can see Agatha Blanche, 4.0, 3.0 out there. Laura there on the duotone. These athletes actually jumping towards, not using the kickers. So it looks like they prefer on their way back towards the shore. Kickers definitely do give you an extra bit of a launch, but if you can't control that power, sometimes it's better to perform a move the other way. Here we can see Sol. So at the moment we've had about 3 moves for each one of these athletes. Moving on to trick attempt number 4. A little information for round number 2 of the men. We will be going into turns, meaning that each athlete will jump at once instead of all together. And that way we can get all the details, and as I like to say, see the white in their eyes. And we're back. Agatha Blanche all the way out the back. We can see launching herself up out there on that port tack. Left foot forward, using the kicker. The only athlete out of the three in the water to be jumping that way. Here we can see Sol, and out of Belgium, also your NZIF athlete. See out on 2.5s and 3 meters is some of the sizes I've seen from the women athletes. As that wind is definitely picking up. That northwesterly wind just absolutely dominating over here. It really is a force to be reckoned with. Passo izquierdo, you can feel it. Kind of starts off and then swings around and just comes in all guns blazing. And at the moment we can see that wind northeast. Normally starts, the morning kind of starts a little bit more north, but at the moment it is coming northeasterly, pretty much pure on as it wrapped through after those early hours of the morning. One of the impressive things about Gran Canaria, you can be about 20 kilometers up the coast, and which is protected by the wind, and it's calm. Blue waters, calm, still, just nothing but calmness. Whoa! Going for the backflip with the 360 there, Agatha. But then you get to this side of the island, and especially Passo Izquierdo, it says if they just let it loose. And yet, just looking at readings here at the moment, we have 30 to 32 knots on the gust so far. So there you go, plus 30 knots. It's said to be getting windier throughout the week. And let's really see as it is. Supposedly today we're having up on the wind guru saying about 27 knots. Tomorrow going to 28 and 30 knots. So today, let's say yellow, oranges, and mild reds. Tomorrow, reds, even purple. And it looks like Thursday is going to be the strongest day on the forecast so far. A little bit, the waves are increasing as well. So towards the end of the week, and at the moment, first day of competition here for this dual event. As let's not forget, we have here the GWA Big Air Wingfoil World Championships Gran Canaria, but we also on the kiting side have the Qatar Airways GKA Big Air Kite World Championships. So both World Championship disciplines. We'll be crowning our champions here. On the kiting side, we were over there in Bucharest for the first event of the season, and now on the wingfoiling side, we have this single event of the big air discipline here in Passo Izquierdo. Just look at those white caps. Look at the conditions that we have here. And that is why this location is known as one of the best in the world. Passo Izquierdo, the windsurfing bunker, one of the most world-renowned locations. We just recently had the PWA here, the wave event. We saw the local Anita taking the win. And it's going to be good to see him in the water on the wingfoiling as well. And now our wingfoilers coming here to prove a point, see how high they go, and see if they can really touch the sky. Alright, Agatha on her way back here. Black Lycra, Enzis, Austrian, coming in third position overall last year. 7.93 out there on the score. It's that lady there, Sol, is pursuing her and trying to hunt her down. 275, 233, as they are just about, as they have pretty much all of their moves. And we're just missing one move from Agatha and one move from Sol. All right, so Laura Mayer there, unfortunately, she is out because she has already performed all of her maneuvers. Oh, Agatha going for the 720. She is in the lead with a 7.93, but trying to get that 720. Talk about a tornado out there on the water. She has done enough so far, but Sol has an opportunity as she has 2 more moves. So now only the red lycra will be able to score. Alright, so Sol trying to make her way out the back. She knows she has 2 opportunities to overtake the 7.93 there from Agatha. So she is going to need to improve her scores by 2.86. So she's going to need around a 5.4 if she wants to take the lead. So around a 5.4 if she wants to take that win. Let's see how she is going to be performing that. She's coming back towards us one more time. 30-minute heat, so she has plenty of time. And just going for the single ready, but coming down strong. So that is going to be a crash for her. And there we can see that first heat, round number 1 of the women. Before we go into heat number 2, we're going to catch up with the current world champion, the Spanish destroyer, Nia Suarez.
Well, yeah, I've won so far a few world championships, and this is a one-stop world championship of big air. And yeah, for me to stay on top, especially training much. I train a lot with other riders, with a few friends. There are a lot in Tarifa right now, a lot of people like getting up their level. It's really nice to see how the level is evolving every single year. Every single month there's new tricks, new stuff to learn, and yeah, I just try to keep focused and motivated on the water and to train more. So between this year and last year, people that I've seen that have been evolving a lot, that I've been looking up to a little bit, are for sure Chris McDonald. He's always been there for a long time now, always on top. Also Malo, but also a lot of new riders. Ancor has been evolving a lot. Younger ones like Noe Kuyala are been ripping the tour so far, and at the girls, Mariate has been ripping a lot. She has been giving me a lot of competition, so that's also really nice to see. The difference between big air and freestyle racing is it's a one-stop event, and it's really hard to have really good conditions. We're right now here in Pozo. We have extreme wind, extreme conditions that are perfect for big air. We're gonna be judging it by the height and the technicity of the trick. So it's gonna be super sick to watch, and yeah, I prepare for it mostly when it's super strong wind in Tarifa, what we have a few times a month. So it's super sick to train and yeah, go high and extreme.
And welcome back, everybody. They're great to catch up with our surf freestyle world champion Nia Swadias. Came in second last year, and now she's going to be going up against Maria Behrens. Maria Behrens, a very talented young wingsurfer and winger. Had an opportunity to hang out with her over there in Denmark for a project out in the middle of the ocean where we absolutely froze ourselves. And now she's done very well in Poso and killing it on the PWA Wingfoiling World Tour. Now let's go out there. As you can see, that first move there from Nia. Let's get it on as we have your heat number 2 of round number 1. Alright, so we have scores coming in. At the moment we can see Nia Swadias is going to be in the lead with 5.3 feet. Maria Behrens, a 3.80. Nia using the kickers, the back of the kickers, jumping on her way towards the judging tower. Just giving her a little wink, saying a little hi. And Maria Behrens looks like she has been using the kickers on the way out. Maria also, she has quite a little bit of experience over here in Poso because of her windsurfing background. And here you can see the power there. And just stretching and really in it out. Just waiting for some big scores to come in for Maria, to be honest. So she had a very nice move coming her way. That could actually put her very closely in the lead. We'll soon find out. 4.4 meters there from Maria. So Swadias, a 5.0 and a 5.33. She's going to be totaling now at 10.3 feet. Behrens at the moment a 10.10 and a 3.80 going to be coming her way. So Maria Behrens, as you can see, both of these duotone athletes. Maria here in the yellow, representing Germany with a Spanish background. Nia Swadias, coming out of Spain, hanging out of Tarifa. She is your current freestyle world champion. She was second here last year in the big air. And now let's see what these girls are going to be going for. You can see Nia once again. So Nia is definitely doing all of her moves coming towards the shore. And now let's see if Maria can line up one of those kickers. Alright, so here we can see from our bird's eye view, the view from above, as Maria is going to be turning around. Looks like she's out there on a 3 meters, if I'm not mistaken. Your duotone athlete, and it looks like the sets are a little far and few between in this one. So we still haven't seen some of those kickers, ramps, so they can launch themselves into the stratosphere. Nia using the back of the ramp, so she's jumping starboard tack, right foot forward. And already a 6.4 meter jump there from her, where she scored that 4.0. Maria stretching it out and coming down. As I said before, very talented windsurfer, riding on the PWA, or Professional Windsurfing World Tour. Nia now, oh, tweaked out. 720 attempt there for her. Very nice, very nice. Trying to get the big moves in already. And absolutely, unfortunately, coming down like a ton of bricks. But here you can see she just went down on that rotation now. Maria on her way back out. And she does get the height, just going for that kind of Rayleigh style, trying to get, add those meters. So far, we're seeing around an average of 4 meters there. And that replay from that 720 attempt for Nia. That's what I call full beans. 5 trick attempts for Nia, 4 trick attempts for Maria. So just about halfway through their permitted trick attempts. 8 moves, top 2 moves are the ones that count. Alright, so there we can see a 10.80 Suardias, 10.27 there for Maria. Very close to these two athletes, so both 5-point scores. Maria getting a little bit higher on that one, 5 meters. That would be the one that she did before, and now 5.4 for this one. Once again, the Surfer app giving us all the ins and the outs. Dotting the I's, crossing the T's. As both of these athletes have now performed 5 trick attempts. So they have 3 more to count. They are very close in between them. Let's not forget, it is not an elimination round, as they will be continuing on for round number 1 here of the women. But whoever loses will be going into that round number 2, and the winner will be making their way all the way to round number 3. So first and second place will be going here for continuing on. So we will have to see who will move forward and who will be going into round number 3. So in this case, only one will be able to continue on, and the second place will go into round number 2, as normally there are 3 women heats, but one of the athletes were not attending, so it is a 2 women heat. At the moment, Suardias is in the lead with a 10.8 average, and winning by 0.54 of a point. Maria looking to increase. She only needs to improve one of those 5s to about a 5.8, and she could have it. But so far, Suardias is holding on. Looks like she's going to be going for something here. She's powering up. Is she going to do it in front of her? The old psych out. All right, Suardias. Off at the back of that kicker. She does get the height. Not the technical move, but she does get the height. Alright, so now Nia Looking like another decent score is going to be coming her way. Probably going to improve and increase her lead. One final move, so only one more move for Nia, as Maria has just gone for a final one. So one more move. Suárez. Nia Suárez with a final move, so she's gone up an 11.6 over. So Nia is going to be advancing through to round number 3. That is official. With one more jump. So kind of a little victory lap here for Suárez. Let's see what she has for us. She tried that 720. That's what I call throwing it in and going all in. And looks like she's going to, I reckon she might be deciding against this. And so, Nia Suárez. So there you go. Nia Suárez is your winner of this heat, going through to round number 3. Let's check the highlights of that last heat. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue on. As you can see, red flag is in the sky. Coming up next is going to be Bowen van der Linden, Elena Moreno and Julia Retzlager. But let's catch up with Bo, as we were with her earlier this morning.
Compared to last year, I think my level and everybody's level has increased a lot. It's been really cool training out there with the guys. Like last year they were jumping 11 meters just straight jumps, and now I'm seeing front flips and crazy stuff at 11 meters. So hopefully I can get some high backflips in myself and just go a lot higher than last year. Well, I have a new sponsor, so that's the big difference, but I think I have a lot faster foils, smaller foils, and I'm just going to try grab the biggest wing possible that I can hold and then go as high as possible. All I'm doing is winging, so at the moment, so it's really cool. Last year I was still studying, so I had to really balance my study and my winging life, and now I can just fully focus on winging, so I have a lot more time to train before the event, so I'm really feeling the progression this year. Yeah, so compared to last year, we're here at Salinas. It's quite similar to Pozo, but bigger rocks, so sometimes it can be a little bit tricky to go out. When the waves are small, it's pretty easy to get out, but if the waves are going to get bigger this week, it's going to be tricky. But luckily we have a lot of caddies on the beach.
And welcome back, everybody. And you know what they say, Red Bull gives you wings. And that is what we want to see out there on the competition floor right now. Coming up, we have Julia Retzlager, Elena Moreno, Bowen van der Linden. Elena taking the win out there in Cabo Verde, the last wing event that we had, where we saw those beautiful waves on the wave discipline. Then we went down over there for the surf freestyle in France. And now it is time for big air. So let's see how these athletes are going to be performing. Bo, she has been a wingfoil surf freestyle world champion in the past. She came 6th last year and now looking to increase that podium. 24/7 smile. This girl is an ambassador for our sport, and she is going to be going up against the 2 athletes, Julia Retzlager from Germany, who's going to be in the red, as you can see her right there on your screen, and Elena Moreno, who'll be in the yellow. Your heat number 3, round number 1 of the women. All right, so Elena Moreno is going to be the one that throws out first, but unfortunately going down as she's going to crash once again in round number 1 here. As we can see, your GWA Big Air Wingfoil World Championship here in Gran Canaria 2024. This one-stop World Championship where winner will take all. Last year we had Julian Bertotti and Mar de Arce were your 2 world champions. But also we have an ex-world champion surf freestyler in here. As you can see, Bowen van der Linden from the Netherlands repping out Armstrong foils. As we have already started off with this heat. 8 trick attempts, 8 jumps. Top 2 moves are the ones that count. We're looking for height, extremity, and technical difficulty. And that is the order. That is the order of priorities. First, the higher you go, the bigger scores you're going to go. The more extreme you go, the bigger scores you're going to go. And if you can add difficulty in amongst that while you're flying with the birds, you are going to get all the love and the kudos from our judges. We have a judging panel of 5 international judges. How does it work? Your top score, the highest score, and the lowest score are scratched, and then it is the average of the 3 middle scores is the number that appears as the overall score for that maneuver of your athlete. That is how the guys and girls go through heats or get kicked out of heats. This is your GWA Wingfoiling World Tour event, and we are here in the beautiful location of the Canary Islands of Gran Canaria. Julia Repslager there from Germany, just having a little pop out, and unfortunately losing her feet. At the moment, in the lead, we are going to be seeing Bowen van der Linden, and we're just waiting for scores to appear. 4.7 from that last jump there from Elena. Let's see how the numbers are coming out. All right, so there we can see another big move there from Elena, but coming down and losing her feet, unfortunately. As we continue on, Day number 1, the wind is absolutely blowing. We are right now at high tide down here. Low tide is going to be at 10:30 in the evening, so 4:30 here. We have a high tide or coefficient of 1.96. Waves, knee high. There's an occasional maybe 2-foot little kicker coming through. We saw some bigger kickers yesterday. Forecast is the bigger waves. We have a 1.2 at 5 seconds today. Tomorrow very similar, but then Thursday, Friday and Saturday is looking very windy and with 1.5 meter waves. So, about 0.4 increase there. So hopefully we'll see some other bigger kickers. Let's not forget this is a combined event, as we also have our sister tour of the Qatar Airways GK Big Air Kite World Championship. And now, currently on the water, we have your heat number 3 of the women, where, as you can see, your leader in the black lycra, hailing out of Holland, right on your screen, Bowen van der Linden, with a 5.10 total. And you can see our athletes not quite getting the height. We saw Nia Suardias at the moment, second last year, looking to improve on that. She has an 11.60 total. Maria Behrens also going past the 5 and 6 meters, seem to be the highest jump we've seen so far from the women. On the men's side, we've seen an 11.3 jump from our current Big Air World Champion, Julian Rototti. As I said before, we've seen gusts of around 30 knots here. All right, Rafslager going up and going high. All right, Julia loading up. It looks like she might have some kickers coming her way. Elena, all right, tweaking it out, stretching that back foot, but again, she's not able to get those landings. Elena, as I said before, she won the wave event. She is definitely no more for her surfing than she is for her flying. But so far, just not being able to get any of those jumps down. She's got a 3.6 and a 1.13. And at the moment, it is the battle for the fours with Julia and Bowen van der Linden. 8.5, a 7, and an 8.05. Still, both of the athletes, all of them have 3 tricks remaining. Let's not forget, 8 tricks count. Top 2 moves are the ones that count. And now we can see once again Julia making her way out. Again, another 5-meter jump. Lena definitely does get the height, just needs to get those landings. And that is a better boost there from Julia. Again, simple, just a kind of simple air. Waiting for the likes of, we saw Nia there with that nice frontside free in that last heat. She got a 6.6. That was the 7th trick of her heat. And then when it comes to height, it is a 6.5 is the highest jump we've seen, also from Nia so far on the women. So 2 more trick attempts for each one of these athletes. So far is Bowen van der Linden and an 8.57. Your top athlete out there. Highest jump, as I mentioned before, we have seen from Suarez with a 6.5. Average in this heat is around 5 meters. And you can see all of the white caps out here. Beautiful Atlantic Ocean. And there, Las Salinas de Pozo. As the salt beds of Pozo, as you can see there, the kind of the salt factor that we have just on the left-hand side of the competition area, where you can see the judging booth, and that container next to it is our studio. So howdy from down here in Gran Canaria. And once again, thank you for tuning in on the stream. I hope you guys and girls are enjoying the live action that we have here for you. Oh, that is a bigger jump. Let's see what height we're going to see from that. 5.4. It's that kicker. You see, if they really can connect to that kicker, that is where it really goes up. And Jimmy, yeah, I bet you are. Very happy with the performance there from Julia. Going up, 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 up. And we can see a lot of people supporting Elena over here as well. How's it going, Archie? Hope you are good. So thank you for tuning in to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. We will be here the whole week. At the moment, today is Wingfoil. Looking like tomorrow might be Wingfoil as well. I will keep you guys updated. And we will keep your eyes on the socials of the evening or every day. We will be shouting out if we will be continuing on with Wingfoil, if the kite is going to come out. We had the registration here early this morning. We saw all of the crew, all of the guys and the girls getting ready, and a little practice session out there. Saw the likes of Jeremy Orlando and all of the top athletes as they just want a piece of the wind that we have here in Pozo Izquierdo. We can see some of the top moves there of that heat. Now, coming up next, we're going to be having Viola Lipic is going up against your current Big Air World Champion Mara de Arce, and we were able to catch up with her this morning.
So yeah, last year I surprised a lot. I didn't expect it because, you know, it's kind of extreme conditions out here in Pozo. It's true that I'm from here. I've been like 5 years training a lot here, so it's kind of my home spot. But yeah, I get super surprised last year, and this year I was training hard to try to keep coming with more level and try to keep my current world champion. So yeah, just training a lot on the water and trying to go as high as possible. Well, yeah, for sure I'm looking to Benjamin May. He's like a absolute massive high jumps, front flip, back flip, and I'm really inspired by him. Also for sure Chris McDonald, it's just going to the moon, you know, so that's also a nice one. And for sure Nia is one of the top, so I'm always keeping an eye with her. Well, yeah, I'm working on the new tricks. For sure, front flip, it's one of my biggest goals. But yeah, this year I would say it will be like jump as high as possible, kind of last year, but even more. So yeah, I'm just stoked to go on the water and train.
And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on, as we move through to your round number 1 of the women, heat number 4. Coming up, your current world champion of the big air discipline, Mara de Arce from Spain, and she is going up against Viola Lipsich. Let's see the action as we have yellow flag is in the sky, less than a minute to start. All right, so your current GWA Big Air World Champion, Mara de Arce, out there on the black lycra with the blue duotone. She is up against Viola Lipsich out there on the yellow lycra. As you can see, Mara just starting to get some highest jump of the day on the women's side is a 6.5, but Viola, bada bing, bada boom, getting the height, just not quite being able to come down. Just not quite getting that landing, your fly surfer athletes. And here we can see that first jump from Mara. So both of these girls definitely meaning business. But so far, Mara is the only one who has landed 6.1. So one of the biggest jumps we've seen so far there from her. All right, so scores just about to be dropped from that first move there from Mara. And she is going to be going out looking for that kicker. Mara, once again, still not going on one of the bigger ramps. Let's not forget 8 trick attempts. Top 2 moves are the ones that count. 4.7 there from her. So 4.33 there, Mara de Arce, and just waiting as we saw Viola. So Viola here. Here we go. Oh, nice. All right, Viola. So Viola, 6 meters. So she's jumping on an average of 6 meters. Looks like she might have one there. Okay, going a little higher. Still keeping to those simple jumps. 5.3. So Viola definitely jumping a little higher. So I reckon she might be getting the higher scores, as both of them are just performing single maneuvers. Let's see if they add some freestyle and some vibes to these moves. 2 tricks already in the bag, 6 moves to go. So a 4.37, a 4.33 here. Ma de Arce, your current world champion. Rasek, how's it going? I hope you are good. And yes, Julio, as you can see, they're just asking and telling us how the flag sequence is working. So yeah, that is right. Red is the end of the heats. Then yellow means you have 1 minute left, and then to the green flag. And obviously as soon as that green flag goes up, it means we are a go, go, go. So a 9.90 now, Viola with that 5.7. So you can see that first one just getting the landing. So she is giving it to your current world champion. There's only 0.17 difference in between the two of them, so very close. As we are in that fourth trick attempt, Ma getting the height. But as I said before, we need to start to see some added technical difficulty if they want to be getting higher scores than the 4s and the 5s. Viola, considering she's coming in, but we saw that with Nia as well, getting those higher jumps on the back of the waves. Interesting strategy, as a lot of them are normally using the kickers. But hey, you got to do what you got to do, and if you can make it work, and it definitely does look like so far Viola is, as she is in first position. So not an elimination round, but obviously an important heat, because your current world champion, who jumped more than 7 meters last year, is out here, and she is hunting for one of those kickers. And now that is a bigger jump there from Ma. I wonder how high that one was, as we have the app 6.2. Now that is more like it, 6.2 meters. But Viola also, as she comes straight towards us, is also getting some of the height. Here you can see Ma looking for that ramp, gets it, carves on hard. And now let's have a look at the score. So Ma, I don't think it's going to be a big score, but maybe just a little thing to improve. But definitely if they want to be hitting those 5s and 6s and 7s, they're definitely going to need to start to add some technical difficulty. We saw frontside 3 there from Nia, the highest score of the day so far on the women's side. She got a 6.6 there for that frontside 3. And now let's see what these athletes can bring to us. So close. 10.30, 10.37. And Viola just able to hold back your current world champion. Now the tricks are starting to come in. So we have 2 maneuvers for each of them. And Ma de Arce also. And here we can see that last move there from Ma. Crouching in, getting and a better landing, a little bit more speed. Giving her a 6.10. So now Ma de Arce, world champion, overtaking. So Viola in second place. Winner goes to round number 3, and loser will go to round number 2 here of your first day of competition, GWA Wingfoiling Big Air Wingfoil World Championship. And there we can see both of the athletes out there in the water. Ma trying to improve on that 5.47. Viola, that's one of the nicest jumps we've had so far. It's the one that scored her those high numbers. And here we can see that last move there from us. And there it is, so it is official. It's going to be Mane Arce who's taking the win on that heat, 11.57. Let's have a look at the highlights of that last heat.
Yep, so this is one.
And welcome back, everybody. As you can see, the wind is blowing down here in Gran Canaria. Coming up next, we are going to be moving back to the men, as they are going to be continuing on for round number 2 of the competition. And let's see who we have out there on the water.
Yep, so this is one stop, so that means one event, one winner is going to be the
So we are going to have in the water Anko Sosa, Luca Gasparini, and Christopher McDonald. Caught up with Chris earlier. Let's see what he had to say.
Yep, so this is one stop, so that means one event, one winner is going to be the world champion. Last year I was the freestyle world champion, but this year I think I can win the big air as well. We've been training here a lot. I mean, the conditions are crazy. It's upwards of 40 knots, and we've been going huge. But I've been training Hood River at home a little bit on big air, but mostly freestyle, but I think it can transfer over really well. Pretty much always training, but honestly, it's really just about having fun. Like, I'll go out in Hood River. I'm not really training. I'm just riding and having fun with my friends. But yeah, it's always good to train before. Big air is kind of hard to train because the conditions have to be epic. Like, if it's not 35 knots plus, you can't really train for it. But here's looking good, so I'm ready to send it. In big air, it's definitely Malo or Benjamin. Those guys are going huge, so I think we're going to have some epic battles with them, and it's going to be really fun. I've won the last 2 freestyle events, so maybe that's a reason, but also it's just really fun riding with everyone, and everyone's setting it really well. So I think a big move this event is just going to be a big front flip. Like, you can't really do a really big backflip here, you just don't get the lift, but front flips, you can go absolutely massive, so I think that's the one.
And welcome back, everybody, as we are starting. The red flag is in the sky. Coming up next, Anko Sosa, Christopher McDonald, Luca Gasparini. So red flag is in the sky. Christopher McDonald, Anko Sosa, Luca Gasparini will be coming up with us next. Let's not forget Chris in the last heat He scored a 12.57. Then we saw from Luca Gasparini a 7.38 and Anko Sosa a 6.17. So obviously Chris is the heavier hitter in this heat, but let's not forget Anko Sosa coming from the Canaries, also just coming from the Youth World Championship in La Palma and absolutely dominating over there. So big heat coming our way. Let's go out onto the water. Here we can see our athletes warming up as they are in the sequence for going in, so about 1.5 minutes before the start of their heat. In the red, we have Anko Sosa out there on the Cabrina. Luca Gasparini is going to be in the white lycra with the duotone. Christopher McDonald out in the black lycra with the F1 stripe. So those are your 3 athletes there on screen. Getting ready here for round number 2. So only 2 athletes can continue on. So your 3rd athlete of each heat will be eliminated from the competition. So now it is do or die. The idea is to complete round number 2 of the men out here on the water, as it is just 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Your first day down here for the GWA Wingfoil Big Air World Championships. And welcome to Pozo Izquierdo, 32 to 34 knots, so some of the gusts not the windiest we've seen it. Forecast is looking even better for tomorrow afternoon and Thursday. And as I said, also here we have our sister tour of the Qatar Airways GKA Big Air Kite World Championship. And let's see who our champions are going to be, as we will be crowning both the Big Air World Champion on the wingfoil and on the kiting side. All right, so Anko Sosa you can see there in the red. Cruising through the sky. So Anko going to be landing his first move there. All right, here we can see Chris looking for it. He does get the kicker up and over. Oh, absolutely to the sky there from Christopher McDonald. So 9.8 there for that last move there from Chris. All right, so let's have a look at the scores. At the moment, we have a 6.67 for Chris, 4.73 there for Encore, and Luca Gasparini unfortunately missing that first move. Christopher McDonald, here he goes, on his way out. Looking for the kicker, gets it, front row, nice, perfect. All right, so an 8.40 for that last move there from Chris. And Chris going again. He already's got that 8.4, the highest score of the competition so far. All right, let's have a look at that last move there from Chris. Here's the replay. So this is the move that scored him that 8.40. Getting the height, stalling, coming down, and pretty much right back on the floor. Well, that's why he got that big score. And here we can see the second one as he goes up and also rotates away. You can see him stretching out that front hand. And that's going to be a 7.67 there for him. The two biggest, and that is going to be the biggest combination score of the day, is going to be Christopher McDonald so far. So Chris there, a 7.5 meter front flip, an 8.40. Here we have Encore. Encore getting the kicker, but not quite getting the height. All right, so a 16.07. Chris McDonald, huge front flip of 7.5 meter. Ancor Sosa trying to hunt him down, 8.40 so far. Giulio Gasparini, unfortunately, only landing one move. All right, so Christopher McDonald, 8.60, 8.40, the two biggest moves we have had out here so far. As now we are going to be going on turn system here for this round number 2. There you see Chris, front flip 360. Coming in on a bundle, so yeah, unfortunately that's going to be a crash out for him. But an absolute gigantic move there from Chris. So that is going to be his final move. And there it is. That is red flag in the sky, ladies and gentlemen. So coming up next, we will continue on with heat number 2, where we're going to have Chucho Nunot and Vinicius Martins. Before we do so, let's check the highlights of that last heat.
He jumps 10. to anywhere in the world, reach new heights, and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app.
And there you can see a white flag in the sky, meaning it's going to be the turn of that athlete. Coming up next, we are going to see out there on the water Chucho Nunot and Vinicius Martins. So you can see Chucho, a 3.5 meter wing here, your North athlete, hailing out of Holland. So now, as we have the turn systems, each athlete has 8 maneuvers. So Agustin Pardo is not in this heat, unfortunately, as he has not turned up. So now Vinicius Martins, here you can see him, your new pride athlete, up and away, flying through the sky. Just going for that simple jump. So an 8.83 here for Vinicius Martin, a 7.63 for Chucho Nunot. Is moving their way forward, but getting caught up there, unfortunately. All right, so Chucho looking for a kicker. He is in second position so far. Let's not forget, third athlete would be eliminated. So both of these guys are going to get through this round, as there is not a third athlete, but Chucho, they're going up. All right, so Vinny getting some big height there on that one. At the moment, he has a 4.33 and a 4.50 and 8.83, so he is leading by 0.23 of a point. So Chucho is going to have to increase on one of his moves if he wants to get the 4s. Is a pretty average score for any of these guys, so they're more than capable of getting those big moves. And Vinny again, single jumping, but he is getting the better height so far. Close in between these two guys. Vinny just edging out. That was going to be his trick attempt number 5. And just getting a little information in on the duotone athlete side. Most of the guys are on the Carve 2 650s. So your duotone athletes, most of them are on there. And then now I'm just getting information coming in on the exact setup for Christopher McDonald. So I'll get that to you guys very shortly. Thanks a lot. If you guys want more info on gear, riders, anything specific, just shout it out in the comments. And I will get that back to you as soon as possible. You can see there Chucho going for that front flip, but unfortunately not quite getting the landing there. And Vinny, tabletop windsurfing style. And a little old school flair into the competition. Chucho on his way out, looking for that kicker. He gets the height, stretches it out, and lands it nice and clean. Unfortunately, Aros Pardo is not shown up for his heat, so as you can see, he's zeroed out because he's not in the water. Try and get information why he isn't there as soon as I have it. As you can see at the moment, Chucho not Vinicius Martin. Both are these guys are now going to be going for their final trick attempt. Chucho does look like he's maybe going for that front flip 360, but not getting that extra rotation because he does kind of go a little bit off axis, so that's going to be a crash for him, meaning that Chucho is going to be tricked out. And now your final move for Vinny, so that means Vinicius Martin will be continuing on, going in first position, and Chucho in second. Obviously, Agustin Pardo not in the water, so both of these athletes are going to continue. Final move here. Up and away, tabletop there, but coming down hard. So that is it. So there you have it. It looks like it is definitely going to be Vinicius Martin with an 11.70 is going to be the winner of this heat of round number 2. as we continue on here in Gran Canaria. Let's have a look at the highlights of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody, to Gran Canaria here for the GWA Big Air Wingfoil World Championship. Coming out of the water, Lasse Habasek, Goyito Estredo, Julian Boyer, your three athletes who are going to be battling it out as we continue on here in the Salinas del Pozo. Getting ready. Wind looks like it's picked up a little bit more. Athletes are on about 3 to 3.5 meter wings. And most of the guys are rocking in between 600 to 700 front wings is the name of the game. Here you can see a yellow flag is in the sky, meaning that we are 1 minute to be going into sequence. And the idea is to finish round number 2 of the men today, as we are currently in heat number 2. And there I can hear the siren. Green flag is in the sky. The first man to jump is going to be the red lycra, hailing out of Germany, Lasse Habasek. Lasse up and over. Nice foil to foil as well. That is going to be a big score for him. 5.6 there for Lasse Habasek. And now Goyito Estrella coming back towards us, as he also is going to be jumping on his way out. Here you can see Goyito Estredo with a 7.5 meter jump. Waiting for the first scores to be dropped. Lasse with a very nice front flip. And now it is going to be the turn of Julien Boyer. So let's not forget, one of these 3 athletes will be eliminated from the competition. So your top 2 will be continuing on. And here we have Julien Boyer for his first move. A 5.47 for Lasse. Lasse just single jumping all the way out. Let's see what kind of height he has. Let's not forget the biggest jump, an 11.3. 11.3 meters from Julien Ratotti, your current big air world champion. And here we have Goyito. Goyito is known for his power. He is one of the stronger riders. And there he goes, up and in the air again. Julien Boyer with a small move here, just going for that front flip, trying to, you know, add a little bit of the freestyle in, because let's not forget, we're looking for height, extremity, and your technical difficulty. But you need to go for the higher moves if they want that to happen. And Julius, yeah, I have been telling our cameraman to do exactly that, and hopefully that will be happening very soon, as I do agree we want to be able to see the height. Thankfully we do have the Surfer app there that will give us the height, but yes, I definitely agree with you, mate. Just been informed as well, we will be getting a tech talk for tomorrow with Christopher McDonald on all his gear, Julien Ratotti as well, and Benjamin May. So we will have Gong, F1, Duotone, and RRD athletes. If you guys want information on any of the setups of any of the athletes, please let us know, as we will get that info to you, as we have the general specs of the athletes so far. Also, I can see Nicholas here giving the ins and the outs of the things that you guys want to get. And yeah, it is obvious trash. It is about 32 knots, going up to 35s on the gust. It has picked up a little bit more. That kind of does happen here as it gets later. It seems to get a bit windier. There was a bit of a lull when that high tide came in. But now, as that tide is starting to go down again, we can start to see the wind is definitely pushed up. 3.5s is about the size of the wings that I'm seeing out there. You can see Goyito here with a 4, but let's not forget he's one of the bigger riders. As you can see, 11.33, he's had some of the biggest moves so far. So Julien Boyer there, 3.33, Goyito, and 11.33. Lasse Harberset with a 5.30. So those are your athletes that have been in this heat so far, as we have 4 more moves for them. Lasse up and over with a front flip. Once again, front flip seems to be the move that all of the athletes go for when it is this windy. Been seeing front side freeze. Let's not forget, Chris McDonald has the highest scores of the day so far, as he has already got a 17.0 average, 2 big moves, an 8.5 8.4 and an 8.60. So definitely the man to be looking for out on the water. Malo Genolea earlier in that round number 1 taking out Chris had a 15.37. So now it looks like around the 15s to 17 mark is where your top athletes are at so far. So getting those 6s, 7s, and 8s is where the numbers, they're looking for height, extremity, and technical difficulty. And as you can see here so far, this is going to be trick attempt number 5. Let's see what Julien Boyer has for us, your RRD athlete out there with the Alula, the gold series there from RRD, and the Beluga under his feet. Just getting caught up there, unfortunately, so it's going to be a crash for him. Nicole, it definitely is. Your boy going high. And yep, there it is. So that is definitely going to be a crash there for Julien. So Red Lasse. See what he has here for his trick attempt number 6. 9.87. He is in second position so far. Looking to improve a 5.3 and a 4.5. Up and away. So Goyito Estrada once again with another big front flip there from him. He is definitely in command of this heat. Once again, he is multiple time world champion on the freestyle discipline of windsurfing. An absolute legend in that sport. And he has been a contest World Cup winner over here. Won in Lucat a couple of years ago. Very powerful, very talented athlete hailing out of Venezuela, El Yaque. And representing duotone here. Now Julien Boyer out there on the white. Going up, getting in the height, but just going for that single simple out jump. Let's not forget that only 2 will prevail. Only 2 athletes will continue on, as this is an elimination round out on the water. So waiting to see who are going to be those top athletes coming our way. Who is going to be continuing on in the contest? So only 2 athletes can continue on at the moment. Those 2 athletes, Lasse Rausek and Goyito Estredo. Lasse holding on. Julien Boyer is right there. Only 2 points in between them. Less than 2 points. 1.6 points. You can see him shaking his head there. Not happy with his performance there on that one. Julian all over the place. As we can really feel the winds. 35 knots out there on those cameras. And here's the golden one. As at the moment, Lasse with his final move needs to improve by 2.0 on his average if he wants to be able to go through to that first position. Even so, in the safe zone so far. Going up. Oh, stalls it out. But coming down in a bundle. So that is definitely going to mean that at the moment, Goyito Estredo has avoided Lasse. Anything can happen, because let's not forget Julien still has one more jump. But Goyito in a very comfortable position here, going for his last move. Goyito just getting the high. Keeping it safe. Oh, but bounces out and unfortunately goes off of his wing there. So now your final move of this heat, Julien Boyer. Let's see what he has for us. He is going to need around 8 points. He's going to need an 8 point, just under 7.8 something is what he's going to need if he wants to go into first position, or he would need to improve by about 1.30, 1.31 if he wants to stay alive in this contest. So important moment here. Julien Boyer trying to get a ramp, wants to get past Lasse. Needs to be getting around a 5, a long 5, if he wants to be able to get past that 10-20. Up and away. He does get the height. Can he land it? Yes, he does. He does get the height. Did get the landing. Is that going to be enough? 7.80. He would need about a 5.3-ish if he wants to be able to go through into that second place. Waiting for that number to come by, as we're just waiting for the judges to introduce those last scores. Definitely 100% Goyito Estredo is going to be your winner. And we will wait for confirmation on who is in second place. And welcome back, everybody. As coming up next, we are going to have out there on the water. Here we can see Hildebrand, Jimmy Rodriguez, Nathan Van Vuren, and Xavi Coor. First up is going to be your red lycra, where you're going to be seeing jumping on the water. Hildebrand is now coming up next to Jeremy Rodriguez. All right, so Nathan with his first move, going up and coming down, nice and easy. And Xavi Coor, here you can see him on your screen, looking to make sure that his flag comes out. And let's not forget we have a turn system, so when their flag comes, up and away, front flip. Okay, so Hildebrand, he has 1.67 already. Xavi, we saw, unfortunately missing out. And you can see a nice floaty air there. Next up is going to be Jeremy Rodriguez with the yellow lycra. Abrimos el plano. Jeremy, getting a little bit of height. Jumping right in front of us here. But again, 5 meters, 6.4 meters there on that one. Nason going backflip off of the kick here. Adding some style and some freestyle into it. All right, so Xavi, he has been making his moves back here. Xavi Coor getting the height there with a nice front flip on his way back. So next up we're going to have Odin making his way. So 4 men in the water, only 2 can continue. So far it is Nathan Van Vuren with a 7.6. Your top athlete out there so far. 7:44 for Jeremy Rodriguez on your screen. Unfortunately just going down there. Nathan getting some height. Flying through the sky there for him, for the South African. Great to see him down here in Gran Canaria. And here we have Xavi. Xavi so far, 4.50. Gets the height. Big front flip. No! Just goes through a little bit front foot heavy going over. Fortunately there for the young Spaniard. If he can land one of those moves, he is going to get a very nice score. And the wind is definitely starting to kick in now. I'm seeing some gusts of 36 knots so far. It really is starting to pick up and come in. We are going to be continuing on with round number 2 of the women. So after this heat, there's 2 more heats for the day. All right, so now we're talking Nathan. Oh, such a shame. So look and see what height he got there on that one. Just waiting for the surfer app to give us that reading. An absolute flyer there from Nathan. One of the bigger moves we've seen so far. Let's not forget 11.3. Julian Ratotti, the highest so far. All right, so Chabby. Going up. Can he get the front flip? Yes, he does. Does he get the landing going for the 360? No. Once again, 10.1 meters there from Nathan. So one of the biggest jumps we've seen. Not landed, though. Absolutely. 36 feet. Not too bad. Not too bad. So these guys are flying through the Gran Canarian sky so far here. Day number 1. And as we have out there, we can see leading the pack is going to be Nathan Van Vuren in first position so far with 10.58. Biggest score of a 6.08. All right, Jeremy Rodriguez getting a little hang time there. All of these guys you can see keeping a little bit more on the simple side of the moves, just going. Chavi is the one who's been for the last 2 maneuvers trying to get that front flip in, but not able to get the landing. We even saw him trying a front flip 3 there on that last one. Nathan, you can see powering up. Look how that foil just cuts through the water and starts to get those beans, that speed. Up and away, 1 foot. Does he get the foot back in? Oh, can he continue? Yes, he does. So he does get that foot back in, 7.9. I think that would improve on his 4.5 on that smaller score. Chavi, all right, third time lucky. Powering in, up and away. All right, he's keeping it safe right now. He needed that second score. Let's not forget, only 2 athletes continue on in the competition. Nathan definitely going to improve on that score. Looking like around the maybe high 5, mid 6s. 6.67 there for Nathan, 12.75. So big moves there for him. Well done over there. Keeping it simple on the outside. Just going for cool, calm and collected. So 12.75, 9.03, your top 2 riders. So Chavi now, with that last move, intelligent riding there for him, he's put himself in that safe zone. Now it's time to see if he can improve on that and get a better score. Just coming past 6 o'clock in the afternoon over here in Gran Canaria. The the first day of the GWA Big Air Wingfoil World Championship here at 2024 season. We will be crowning our world champion of that discipline here, Nathan. Once again, touching the sky, 10.1 on that first one, and that is another very big jump. So going to be interesting to see how that's going to be scored. He got, if I'm not mistaken, a 6.08 for the first big jump he did. So now, let's see, Chavi just got a 4.53. So definitely Nathan might improve on that backup. He definitely is going to be improving on that backup. And now Chavi, up and over, goes for the front flip. He does get it. He stops it, stomping the landing on the back of that kicker. Very nice there from Chavi Cure. And now just some information coming in. So Chris McDonald is out there on the 630 Escape. That is the wing that he is riding. So the 630 Escape. So as I said, all of the athletes in between the 6 and 700s is kind of where it is at the moment. And now here we can see all the while up and over, just keeping going for those single jumps. He and currently in 4th position of this heat. And now 2 more Chiric attempts for each one of these riders. Jeremy Rodriguez. So Chavi 10.53 got a 6.0 for that last nice front flip. So looking to improve on that. Oh, Jeremy losing his feet. Chavi Core coming towards us. Wants to get a higher score if he wants to be able to really secure himself in that 2nd position, or maybe even go through to 1st. Going for another big front flip. Oh, even a little claim there from him, 6.5 meters. So he'll be improving on that 4.53. Here we can see all the while Hinderbrand, your French rider out of Newcal. He is trying to get the height, but not getting the run up that he needs to be able to really hit those kickers. So final round of moves for each one of these athletes. Jeremy Rodriguez will be coming up next. Trick attempt number 8. Nathan again scoring and go through the skies. And that is going to be the final. That is definitely going to be the final jump there for him. Now, Chavi Core, 12.20. Looking to take that first position, even though these two will now be going through. Confirmed that it will be Chavi Core and Nathan Van Vuren. Continuing on into round number 3. Chavi up and over. Another big front flip, Benjamin May style. Very nice, stretches out, comes down, stops the rotation, stomps it. So now official. Nathan Van Vuren and Xavi Core will be moving through to round number 3. Let's have a look at the highlights of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody, as we are now moving on to the final 2 heats of the day. We are going to have round number 2 of the women. So you can see out there on the screen, Laura Meyer, Viola Libic, and Julia Repslager are going to be battling it out, because let's not forget, only 2 can prevail. This is elimination round, meaning that only 2 athletes will continue on into the semi-finals, as we are just about less than a minute to start, and we will be starting with your yellow lycra. Of the day. Alright, so there are 3 athletes now getting ready. Yellow flag is in the sky, meaning that Laura Meyer is going to be able to come towards us and perform her first maneuver. 8 jumps, top 2 moves are the ones that count for each one of these athletes. Only 2 can continue on into the next round. Yellow flag. Let's see what Laura has for us here. Starting off with a little simple Rayleigh to open up her heat. And who will be making it through to the semi-finals? So a 2.23 for Laura Mayer, a 2.58 for Julia Rapslager. Those are your two athletes so far. Viola unfortunately crashing out on that first move. We are looking for height, extremity, and technical difficulty. So far, Marta de Arce and Nia Suarez, the two athletes jumping the highest, going above that 6.0 meters. We had a 6.5 and a 6.2 there from both of those athletes. So you can see, once again, Marta de Arce, last year's world champion. All right, here we have Viola. Second jump, gets the height and stomps the landing. So nice move there for her. That's going to be her opener. So the athletes here so far not being able to get as high as they want. So your final two heats of the day. And just have information in, we will be continuing on with the GWA wingfoiling tomorrow. So your GWA Big Air World Championships, your wingfoiling Big Air World Championships. Tomorrow we will continue. Kiting is going to have a lay day, meaning that kiting is going to be starting on Thursday. Information just coming in. Rapslager here rallying on the way out, trying to use those kickers. She's in second place so far, as I mentioned before. Only two athletes can continue on, and those two athletes will make it to the semi-finals. And Viola flying through our screen here. Her fly surfer towel rocking out the yellow for gold at the moment as she is in first position. 6.15, a 3.50 and a 2.65. Definitely going to improve on that last move. So we have 4 jumps in for each one of these athletes. And there we can see Juliet Rapslager. Again, the girls really aren't getting the height. Viola is on the way out, but the other two athletes are not managing to get the height that they need to be able to get those top scores. Because as this is a big air championship, they need to go big if they want to get the love from the judges. All right, Laura, again on the way in. Small moves from all of these athletes. Viola, 4.5 for that last move from her. So we now move into that move number 5. We saw Agatha try in 720s, Nia as well. Seen some frontside frees there from Ma, but at the moment, the rest of the pack is really just going for those simple, just trying the high, lofty jumps. Coming up next, we will have the final heat of the day, which is going to be your round number 2, heat number 6, where we're going to see Elena Moreno, Maria Behrens, and Sol Degrec. Those are going to be your 3 athletes, and we will be closing it out. And as I just said, tomorrow we will be continuing on with the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. And now we're talking. They have Viola. Oh, landed on the back of the wave, but managed to keep herself on the 4. So your fly surfer, the Austrian athlete, starting to get a groove on. I reckon she's definitely going to be improving there on that one. She has a 4.5, and this is probably going to be around the same realm. And there we have Julia Repslager, but just getting caught up on her landing and going down. And Viola, once again, is the only athlete you can see using those kickers. She's jumping on the way back, but is getting the height. We saw it with the likes of Nia Suardias as well. 6 trick attempts for all of these athletes. 2 more trick attempts for each one of them to go. As we can see, your first day down here in Gran Canaria. Maximum average speed, average knot speeds has been around 32 to 34 knots. Most of the athletes have been on in between 3 and 4 meter wings. Swell is probably about 1 foot to 2 foot on the kickers. We had that high tide at 4:30 in the afternoon. Forecast for tomorrow is looking very promising. It is definitely windier. The waves stay a little bit the same, maybe a little bit more period. So hopefully we'll see just a little bit more push to get some of those bigger kickers. But then for Thursday and Friday, period is up, wave size is up, wind is up. So it looks like for the Thursday and the Friday, it is official, we will be going into the Qatar Airways GKA Big Air Kite World Championships. So that is what is going to be happening. Let's not forget also over in Hood River, we are going to have the very first Kite Park League combination, where we will have all the likes of the park riders. And that's going to be the Qatar Airways Kite Park World Championships over in Hood River, Oregon, from the 3rd to the 10th of August. And that is the Mecca. That is Hatteras. That is Hood River, excuse me. So yeah, the Qatar Airways GK Kite Park World Championships, 3rd to the 10th of August over in Hood River, Oregon. And it's great to be going over to the US. And Suzanne, yeah, Mega Viola, absolutely. She is flying out here at the moment. And that is going to be the last move there for Laura. So Viola Lipic, 9.50. Julia Repslager with a 5.21. And we'll have to see if with that last move there from Laura, she's going to have a chance of going through. And Viola just keeping it calm, cool and collected here in the middle of the competition area. Alright, so final move here for Julia Repslager. She is in second. So she is safe. So that is actually going to be official. It is going to be Julia and Viola that will be making it through to the semi-finals. Unfortunately, Laura is going to be out as she has performed all of her moves. So here for the final jump of the heat before we go into the last heat of the day. And there you can see it, Julia Slager. Just a lofty jump on the way out using the kickers. There you go. That is your winner, Viola Lipic. They're hailing out of Austria. Let's check the highlights of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody, as we go into the final heat of the day. Elena Moreno, Maria Berens, Sol Degrich. Those are your three athletes that are going to be going out on the water. Let's not forget there are 8 trick attempts for each one of the athletes. The top 2 moves are the ones that are going to count. Yellow flag is in the sky, and we are going to be starting the first athlete to jump. We are going to be seeing out there is going to be your yellow lycra, Elena Moreno, who was the winner of the GWA wave event that we had over there in Cape Verde. So this is going to be the first athlete that jumps. All right, so Elena getting ready. Just a little pop off the kicker. Oh, but goes down hard on the one coming in the back. So that's going to be a crash for her. Elena, as I said, won the Cape Verdean event. Now, Maria Berens had some of the biggest jumps we've seen. She was going up to the 5s and the 6 meters, so definitely up there. In the last heat that she was in the water, let's have a little look. See, she got a 10.27, so definitely one of the top scores we had today. Unfortunately, she was up against Nia Suardias, the Surf Freestyle World Champion. Through it, so 6.4. There you go, Maria. She is one of the top PWA windsurfing athletes. So she's used to Pozo. She knows what it is. She knows how to get the ramps here. Definitely shows that it is working. There you can see Sol. Again, 2 athletes go through. 1 will go home. So who are going to be the top 2 to make it through into the semi-finals? We will soon find out. The winner will be going into heat number 2, where we will have Julia Rupschlager, Bowen van der Linden, and Mar de Arce. And second position in this heat will be going up against Viola Lipic, Agatha Blanche, and Nia Suarez. So any heat is a final as we continue on for your final heat of the day. Elena going for her second trick. All right, so continuing on, Maria Behrens, she has a 4.53 already, got the highest jump there with that 6.2. Now Elena, and there we can see Behrens up and over, getting the height once again. So your leader so far, Elena, she gets it. Does she get the landing? Once again, no, unfortunately, going down. So it's going to be another crash for her. Behrens in first position with a 4.53. Sol, a 3.46. And Elena Moreno going for her move. What is she going to do? Stretches out and coming down, but she, all right, so she does almost get the landing there on that one. You can see some of the boys warming up outside. Maria Behrens, she is your heat leader, But it is very close because she only has one landing move. She wants to maybe just get a secure score. Yep, she is. Going for the Rayleigh, gets the landing. Smart move and smart ride in there from the German athlete. Okay, so Sol, she needs to start to get a groove on if she wants to have a chance of continuing on to the semi-final here in this contest. Wind is definitely starting to pick up even more. Just hit 35 to 36 here on the meter. So averaging now around 30 knots, but there are some 35 knot gusts. So Elena, once again, going to be going in. This is going to be her trick attempt number 6. So 6 round of moves for your women athlete, your female athletes out here. And that is not going to cut it. She's just going off of the back there, so that is going to be a landing move, but that is not going to be the score she wants. Now, this young lady here, Maria Behrens, a water woman, and she always has a smile. Heading out of Germany, but with Spanish background. El fuego. And just railing it out a little bit there. So Sol definitely has the upper hand. Elena needs to be smart now. If she wants to go through Sol at 4.43, Elena needs to land some moves. Sol keeping it calm, keeping it collected, just getting these simple jumps. But hey, it's about getting the scores on the board, on the scorecard. If you do not land a move, that is a 0. And it doesn't matter how good you are not going to get through. So now, Elena, 2 jumps left. She is looking to be better than a 4.43. So very important moment here. She needs to land this if she wants to have a chance. She's got the kicker. All right, she has the height. Can she get the landing? No, she doesn't. Goes down. So that is going to be a crash for her. So Elena with a 1.17. So now in a sticky situation because she's going to need above of a 3. She had crashed every single move apart from one, and that one she got a 1.17. She really needs the buzzer beater, as we like to call it. Maria stretching it out and getting a little eagle out there. So another landed Rayleigh there for her, 4.1 meters. She's gone above the 6 already. That's where she got that 4.2 at the beginning of this heat. 7.97. So the top 2 athletes will be moving through to the semi-finals. Sol getting caught up on the front wing there, so she goes down. We now move into the final round of maneuvers. Elena, important moment. This is to stay alive or to go home. Here we go. She's got a kicker. All right, she gets the height. Can she stick it? No, goes down. So there, one of the first upsets of the competition. Elena Moreno is going to be out. Elena Moreno is going to be out because now it is going to be Maria Behrens who is in first position. Maria gets the height, has the consistency, continues on. I mean, she is going to be going into the semi-finals. And Sol here also will be making her way into the semi-final. So the first time we're going to see her in the semi-final. So I know she's going to be very happy with that. Little victory run here. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be it for competition today. Let's have a little look at the highlights of that final heat. Wow, that is it for the first day here for the GWA Big Air Wingfoil World Championship in Gran Canaria 2024 here in the beautiful location that is the Salinas de Pozo Izquierdo. We will be back tomorrow as we are going to be having more wing foiling action. At the moment, just going over a little bit of what has happened throughout the day. We've made it through to round number 3 of the men and also to the semi-finals of the women. In round number 3, Chucho Nunot, Goyito Estredo, Bastien Escoffet, Malo Genole. We also have Anko Sosa, Nathan Van Vruwen, Otis Buckingham, and Benjamin May. Xavi Core, Chris McDonald, Camille Bouillet, Luca Viamet, Julian Boyer, Vinicius Martin, Giulio Gasperini, and Julian Ratotti. The highest jumps that we've seen out there today, 11.3 meters from the current world champion, Julian Ratotti, and then 6.5 meters from the current surf freestyle world champion, Nia Suarez. Big numbers have been dropped down. We saw Christopher McDonald with a 17-point average, so the highest combination heat score of the day. And then also we have seen Malo Genole at the early stages of this contest. The stage is set. We know the wind is going to be here. We will be back tomorrow, and thank you very much for tuning in.
So you anywhere in the world, reach new heights and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today. Check out thesurfer.app.
Welcome to the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour event.
We're gonna experience an insane wingfoil competition.
This one is gonna stay in my mind forever.
It's gonna be sick.
What are we going to be seeing next?